Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to my stream. Good morning everybody that's here. John, Bear. Hi Kilo, Mr. K, James, Jimmer. Good morning, good morning. Hey Esther, Sven, Paul. Hey Paul, I don't know if I've seen you on here before. JB, Torque Spider. Lots of folks. So, I want to start off with a couple of things. A huge thank you, little push to my subscriber count over the last week. I think we struck a chord with the YouTube algorithm with the last video. So pushed right past that 1,000 subscriber mark. So thank you. It's been fun. It's going to continue to be fun. With that said, I also want to acknowledge the news that came out this past week with Sanjay's passing, and just acknowledge the gigantic void that's left in the community, and pushing a celebration of my channel over this week sounded pretty tone deaf. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick. So moving towards the stream. Today we are going to install a Euclid mag probe on my Voron 2 here. So when I installed the clicky in the Trident, I had mentioned that I wanted to compare it to the other offerings out there, and one of those is the Euclid. The Euclid is a little more commercial based version of, or take on a magnetically coupled Z probe. So let's see. Hi Lol, hi Jimmer, hi Esger, hi Chris, hi Alan. So we're going to assemble the PCB because I bought the kit. You can buy this either as parts or a assembled module. I thought it would be useful and easier to, or more useful to assemble it. Hi Roy. They have a webpage. It's euclidprobe.com. Here it is. And they have some pretty good instructions. There's a few things I want to point out as we go through, but we'll cover those as we come up to them. They have a web page with instructions, as well as a GitHub page with information. Hi JP-san and Lumpy. So we are installing this on my green Voron 2. This is the second Voron 2 that I built. I bought this, I built this early this calendar year, around January, February. It's mostly a spec build. The display obviously is different, but the rest of it is pretty close. I did at one point migrate to a setup that has spherical bearings in the Z joints, but other than that, it's there. We are at some point going to use this as a platform for going through the whole update for the changes that are coming up on Voron 2.4. So it's still 2.4, some minor changes, some minor component changes. So we'll spend a couple of streams probably after the first of the year doing that upgrade. So, good morning, Nathan. I want to particularly thank you, Nathan. You're the very first, the responsible for the very first revenue I've gotten from YouTube. So, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess talking about that, I'm easing into the options with YouTube as far as the partner program. The thing that had very few choices to make was to turn on the super chat system. Memberships, ad revenue, those are all still turned off. I need to look at those more closely, what options are available. And I want to make sure that this channel is absolutely not about making money for me. Anything that comes through, I very much appreciate. Anything that comes through would probably mostly go towards improving my streaming setup. But every penny will get sunk some way into the channel. That's my commitment. Also, my commitment is if at the point when I'm not making videos, if that ever comes up, I will turn all that off. So let's see. Welcome, Custom Creations. I saw you're new here. Welcome. Hope you enjoy. Still on the fence on what printer to start building. I'm not new to printers by any means. 2.4 Trident. I like the stationary bed on the 2. If you're not new to printers, the biggest difference between the 2.4 and Trident is complexity of the build. I mean, obviously the mechanics are slightly different, but as far as just coming from a build point of view, Trident is a little less complex build, slightly cheaper. So, yes, Kilo, thank you. So one thing I did do is I bought a new camera. So we have ditched the GoPro. It's out of here. It's not even in rotation right now. So I don't know. I think I'm going to try to set it up as an overhead camera, but I didn't have time to do that. I bought a Sony Alpha 6400. So this is a shared camera between my wife and I. She enjoys doing some regular photography, so but I'll end up getting the most use of it. So I am learning. It's mostly default settings. It's the kit lens. I have it set up right now in manual focus because it keeps wanting to, the particular setup I have here, I want the focus to be here, and it keeps trying to focus on my face. So we'll be playing, we'll be figuring it out. Any suggestions people have are welcome. Constructive criticism, things I can do to make it better, that would be good. Steven, a TV is fun. 70-inch TV is really fun, but a Voron's a lot more fun. Herbert, when can we get the STLs for Stealth Burner? They'll be out before Christmas. There's some tweaks, some polishing, not really polishing because it is going to be released as a beta, but making sure it's a complete package. We don't want to send something out that you can't bolt on to your existing printer. So Asgur, yeah, LDO is going to release their 2.4 kit before a Trident kit. Trident kit should be coming early next year. Early to mid next year. You know how these things go, especially with supply chains. So, Lumpy, thank you, $4.99. My second super chat. I appreciate that. So we're going to get started here. We are going to start with the assembly of the Euclid Probe itself. Technology Justice, thank you. I'll look at that, increasing the aperture. I'm not going to do it on stream right now. This stream will be what it is as far as the setup. Nathan, I have two, in terms of, since I had mentioned the GE5C mod on here, I have two Voron 2s, one of them with the mod and one without, and the spec setup works fine. Okay. I am going to have a drink of coffee, and then we're going to start assembling this probe. So it comes in just a little bag with a QR code that points to euclidprobe.com. Thomas Zeman, 10 euros. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, Steve. Greetings from Slovak and Czech Voron community. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. I did some sample recording. I don't know what's going on with the audio. I will be working on that. Okay, so we have, and let's see about, we have some parts here. We have a PCB that is still connected with this piece. Oh, there's some printed parts. Comes with the micro switch. It should come with everything we need. There are some bits and pieces stuck to the magnets. And I'll probably have to grab some pieces, fasteners from my own, connectors from my own stash. Okay, so it has these magnets that actually use a countersink hole to screw in. Philip Sebert, is there a reason why this would be preferable instead of clicky? I'm not making a recommendation, anything. All this is I'm going to put it on this green Voron 2. Because I've installed clicky on the previous printers, the Trident, I have some experience with that. I want to see what this is like. By the end of this stream, I'm not going to give an overall impression, but I may mention some specifics of what I like about one versus the other. James McKay, add this to the fun. Great content. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Let's go to their website and start looking at order of operations for assembling this. So build instructions are here. Did I miss a message? I see Mr. K is answering Chris Lauer about, I think, the chains, how they're called out in the BOM on the Trident, and yeah, we're going to make a change on that. Okay, so this is the stuff that it comes with, and everything there is what I have in front of me. So leave the two PCBs attached. I want to make another note. When I did the clicky stream, I set up 2 sets. I did a full install on my other Trident before I did it on stream. Today I'm coming in cold, so we will see. I am hoping this works out. I'm going to zoom this in a bit so we can see. I can see better, and hopefully you can too. Okay, the mount holes are drilled through for the purpose of acting as pilot holes for threading with an M3 tap. Screws would secure it to your mount from above. But what we are going to do, I think, is use an alternate setup where we're just going to use M2 self-tappers. So board assembly. Let's get into board assembly. Install the wiring connector to the upper tool board. This PCB has an outline. Install switch to the probe board. Is that all we got? So this comes pre-assembled with the surface mount components already on the board. You just have to do the through-hole stuff. So this looks pretty straightforward. Let's just use this page and get my soldering stuff out. So we have, let's move this out of the way. PCB here. So according to this, the JST header goes on here. micro switch goes on here, and it looks like I've got it backwards according to the picture. So we'll just be soldering those two components on. Osnero 256, why this overclicky? This is not overclicky, this is just an option that's out there that I wanted to try. And that's the whole reason for this setup, is to just try something. I think what I'm going to do is forego that and so I can give this some support. Get my soldering iron all set up. My glass is ready. Okay. Just going to confirm that I've got the silk screen on the board. Gives us a good indication of how the JST connector goes. I'm just soldering one pin, and then positioning the header such that it is straight and fully inserted. Now I can solder the other two. Shiny solder joints. The connector is fully seated. Now we will set according to the picture here, we put the actuator closest to the tapered side of the board. Fully seated, it's square in its footprint. Okay, and once again, shiny solder joints, complete coverage, fully seated onto the board, and I think that's the extent of the soldering required. Stephen, I prefer the method of just soldering one pin and then positioning the component rather than using adhesives or anything. Why the popularity of the clicky? I have one installed and it really seems to do is add a level of complication and time to every operation. Why not just stick with the inductive probe? I thought similar. The inductive probe does work. It is affected more by temperature variation and any effect from magnetism. If you had a magnetic bed, for instance, not the sheet magnet, because that's more of a even or a high enough density of magnetic fields that it doesn't seem to matter. But the clicky probe, although it adds some complication, once it's set up, it seems to work really well. I'm pleased with it, and you can't, with an inductive probe, you can't do the automatic Z calibration, which I'm finding to work really well in the Tridents. Hyper, can I use a Euclid probe for switch wire? If there's a mount that allows you to get the tool head to it without interfering with your print, then you should be able to use it. I don't know, I haven't looked to what is available out there. Okay, it's still early enough for coffee here. So, let's see. So we have it assembled. We are going to... After soldering, you can clip the excess length of the solder pins. It is suggested to insulate the exposed terminals on the top side of the probe PCB by placing a piece of Kapton tape. Okay. On the probe side. Okay, we'll look at that. Magnetic. There are 4 M2 by 0.4 by 5 millimeter long screws, 4 countersink magnets, and 4 SMD nuts. It is helpful to separate and organize the magnets into pairs to ensure the polarity is maintained during installation. Remove the magnets from the shipping holder one at a time. So we have, and this is where the manual focus comes into place, these countersunk magnets. And their holders held together, so we'll figure out what we're... Insert one of the provided into the countersink hole of the magnet. Okay. Insert a screw into the countersink hole of the mating magnet. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Oh, these are nice. These holders kind of hold them pretty firmly. So join the two magnets face to face so the screws are trapped in their countersinks. Prepare the remaining 2 magnets similarly. Okay. I guess let's pull one of these out of here. One from the red holder and one from the black holder. Oh, I do not want to lose these. The small parts are tricky to handle. Okay, so we got something that looks like the picture. Stick them somewhere. Nericu, thank you, sir. Charlie's Catnip Fund. He does have some treats with catnip in them. honestly, I haven't really noticed that it has any effect on his energy level when he has it. Maybe it doesn't have quite enough of a dose. Hi, Sanity. I have not yet turned on memberships. That takes a little more thought and a little more configuration. So we'll work on that over time. I'm not in a hurry. I want to do this right. I want to not annoy you guys. So I don't want to get away from the point of the stream. The point of the stream is to really encourage me to try things on the printer because it gives me something to show you guys. So let's see. So we've got those two prepared, and we are going to install these such that they are opposite of each other, correct? Yeah. So let's separate let's just break these from the, I guess, what is this? It's not really a sprue. That one's tough. Need some pliers. There we go. And then I'm going to take a file and just get rid of those rough edges. Hi, Technology Just This. For this particular setup, this is, like I kind of mentioned earlier in the stream, it's more of a commercial offering versus the Clicky, which is kind of a self-source. I don't believe they publish. It's not an open source product. So you basically buy a kit and you get everything. So sourcing the 1/4-inch magnets isn't as big of a concern, but the availability of the kit, I don't know if it's available in the EU, and I didn't actually check, so sorry. Sanity, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I assumed. I'm sorry. I made an assumption, but thank you. Thanks, John. I hit 1,000 subs much quicker than I anticipated. That stream hit the right level of interaction, I guess, for YouTube to push it out. So I think I've gained 550 subscribers in the last week. So almost doubled. Okay. Let's put these, let's see what camera is going to be better here. We are going to try to figure out what way these go. These are going to go in, oops. Why do they have us? Should hold the combination. Okay, let's try something here, a little different than their instructions. Hi, Sanity. That was a really bad assumption on my part then, and I again apologize. Okay. I'm going to put this thing on a screwdriver. We're just going to put one of these on. So it has these little PCB nuts. And that comes in from, sets in the hole there. And that's going to attach like that. Oh. No. Whoa! I almost lost that screw. It fell right into my tool drawer here. If that drawer hadn't been opened, I'd been sitting down on the floor with my flashlight and a magnifying glass looking for it. Okay, another one of these. Okay, so do not over tighten these. These magnets tend to be, these neodymium magnets tend to be brittle. So just snug should be all they need. So that's one set. Now I need to make sure that I'm matching them. Okay, so that one's going to go there, which means it's going to go into the tapered side. Okay, just snug, and that leaves just one magnet to go. Okay, and I put these in backwards. Technology just this, open source, but non-commercial. Okay, I get it. It's a Creative Commons license, non-commercial. Thanks for that clarification. I'm gonna switch all of these around because I put them in backwards. So I should be able to just move them directly and everything will be fine. S Ballard 88, $2, thank you. I appreciate that. Dickie V 20, thank you. You saw Charlie? He's around. Yeah, Charlie's litter box is behind me, so that's what he was about to do. Okay, all fixed. Now they go, and they shouldn't. What? I thought these were supposed to. Oh, they stick no matter what. I thought they were supposed to be opposites. Huh. I'm confused. Did I screw something up? I thought they were supposed to be polarized opposite of each other. I mean, that's what this is describing. The magnets are ideally oriented so there's poles alternate fore and after the board. Oh, do I just need to flip one of these around? Maybe I'm just confused here. Let's try this. I'm learning here. I'll figure this out. I'm just gonna, if I move these, this should have the right effect. They are not detent. They don't have a countersink on both sides. There's just one side. So there we go. I just had it backwards. So now they're opposing. So as it comes across, we gotta, here, let's see if I can, it's opposing there and then pulls together. And that's the idea. So you want, as this thing, so this is your piece in the dock. So it goes this way. whatever. It's opposing the first magnet and then attracting the second magnet. Yeah, blind prep. Okay, so that is done. I gotta stretch this to 3 hours somehow, right? Place Magnet should now be truly not the opposite from the switch. Install the remaining magnet, and then we have the tool board. Okay, so we did all this alignment check, so now we're gonna set up the probe dock and tool boards. Good morning, Tracy. The docks work. So we are going to use their recommended setup for the Voron 2.4, sort of. They have a alternate carriage that you can print that has the mounting points on the underside for the dock part or the probe part. I'm gonna use a inductive sensor replacement. I think that'll be easiest and quickest to set this up. And then this is the dock that mounts to the bed rails. Okay, so this is the printer side, the dock. It prints in this orientation, and it seems to print okay. They did a good job with built-in supports on this piece. This prints like this, and there are 2 built-in supports, which I'm going to remove right now. Where did my pliers go? What I just had. Yeah. Coming off in pieces. Okay, let me just get a good look at that. I want to make sure. I don't think this will matter, but I want to get all the support pieces off of there. So then this will slide in here, and when that comes off, that drops into a pocket there, and it is a pocket. There's 2 ledges here on the front that keep this from just rattling out. So then as this goes, it grabs it and then undocks. And then this piece is the probe side, and the connector side, my butterfingers. This goes right in there like that, and then it's 2 little M2 screws. Hi Tagly, thank you. What is that, Canadian $10? That's awesome. A shop tour soon. Sure, give me about, I don't know, a huge amount of time to clean it first. Okay, so let's put this together. Let's grab a couple of, oh boy, where did I put those? Give me just a second. I've got my M2 self-tappers. Okay, gigs are fast. I checked. I have the polarity correct. It's opposing as it starts to dock, and then it attracts once it's complete. So, Steven, yeah, I wanted the simple setup. Mostly, I'm seeing how I like this, if I keep it or not. So we're going to just use 2 M2x10 self-tappers. Oh, we got a connector to put on there. Maybe we might be pulling this apart. Oh, what is that? Is that what they're supposed to do? Or am I? Oh, it's not M2s. It's M3s threaded into plastic, which is fine. Let me grab a couple of button head M3s. I'm going to end up pulling this off. Oh, that's why they said in the beginning you may have to drill some clearance holes. These, or you either tap them, depending on what mount you're using, it could come in from the other side. Let me back up just a little bit, sorry guys. This is meant as a solution for a wide range of printers. A lot of their documentation is around Railcore and some of the other things. So some of the other mounts may come from this side, and they actually have you tap the PCB to thread a screw in. So this is because it's a solution for a range of applications. What we're going to do here is just take an M3 drill bit and drill those out. Unfortunately, I have my drill sitting right here, so I don't have to go to the other garage. We're just going to very carefully and very slowly, without our fingers behind it, I am not making this go quick because I do not want that to catch. I have got quite the dull drill bit here anyway. There's one. This explains why they were talking about tapping it or drilling it at the beginning of their instructions. And I do this with a vise sitting right next to me, I know that. Just a little bit of PCB residue. Okay. So I'm noticing a little flaw in their part design, which they could fix, but it needs a little indent there for the PCB nut. So I'm going to take this off and I'm going to just carve my own clearance for that. Otherwise this installs crooked because it sits flat on the other side. So I'm going to use a little bit of X-Acto knife persuasion. Let me grab my X-Acto knife. And it was pretty much, I'm just going to very carefully, this is not going to be pretty, but I'm just going to cut a little rectangle out of here, keeping my fingers well away from I'm just taking light passes. Just cutting an outline. So what I've noticed looking at the Euclid stuff is within their recommended install. So if I had used their reprinted the X carriage, for instance, there's a lot of attention to the little details like this. But once you deviate, there's not as much. So for instance, this part, the dock, prints just fine without supports. It has some built-in stuff. But if you use their gantry dock version, it's not as well designed for supportless printing. And then I'm going to take advantage of the layer lines there and split this. And then I got a little bit of clearance there. Let's see if I did enough. Just a little bit more. Just cut these corners. There we go. Hey, Jared. A Dremel would have been just fine here too. I don't have a Dremel here at I don't have a Dremel in this garage. I think I need to go a little deeper on that. Hi, Berserker Dirk. Hi, Kiloprints. I thought it was funny doing this stream today because I was watching Nero's stream yesterday, and at the beginning of his stream there was someone asking about a Euclid Probe install, and I wanted to pipe up, but I don't really feel comfortable. Oh yeah, you can see an indent there where I didn't cut quite deep enough. So I'm just going to extend this in. Like I said, you guys suggested a Dremel. It's probably a better idea. I'm comfortable with if I cut myself, it won't be too bad. Yeah. Avert your eyes if you need to. There we go. That's better. We're going to leave it at that. Little frowny face. Yeah, when that was being mentioned on a stream, it made me realize, oh crap, I hadn't scheduled my stream. I've been preparing for this, or at least aware of it all week. Chris, you're absolutely right. Pulling the knife towards my finger, I had plastic in between me and the knife though, and I was pulling with very little pressure. Okay, so that is the... Now when this is on here, now I notice that there is an offset to the trigger point from center. If I had installed this switch the other way, the trigger point would have been centered on, I think that would have been pretty much centered on the probe, but oh well. Okay, on to the printer. Yeah, I'm not going to argue against you at all there, Chris. You're absolutely right. And truthfully, I should probably pay more attention to that if I'm going to be doing this kind of thing on a string. So I will take note and think of that for next time. Okay, so for the printer, I'm going to remove the side panel. Oops, let's go here. I'm going to remove side panel so I can get access to that spot. I'm not, Bruno, I'm confirming here, but I'm pretty sure the outer pins are the yeah, so the end pin is common, the outer pin is normally closed, so whichever direction I install this is not going to affect its operation. You guys heard Charlie. Hey, custom creations, they're basically different takes on to get to the same goal. The difference between 2.4 and Trident. Just different methods to get to a print. A little better on the focus. I need to figure out a setup that doesn't have it focusing on my face, because right now if I had it on autofocus it would be focusing on me. So also I've got the Christmas themed stream beats going, but there's only a few songs there, so as soon as that gets repetitive, let me know and we can switch over to something else. Okay, this guy is going to install right back here. Get positioned, I think as far back as it'll. I think I can kind of eyeball this and be really close. So what are these? M5x10s. Not hearing the music. Let's try that. Is that working? What did I do? Is there music now? I just turned it up. There it is. Okay. I was messing around with all my new camera, new settings. I played around with all kinds of stuff in OBS, so. I'm not sure that this part is going, I mean, these screws are going to work well in this. Let me try just a little higher on the music. If I go too high, let me know. So the mounting holes for this part, a typical M5 by 10, I'm not sure if it's protruding enough to catch a T-nut. This flange should be 5 millimeters. I think it's more than that. So, we'll see. Too high? Let's go back down a little bit. I'm gonna check that, Kilo. I really need like an M5 by 12, I think. No here, let me turn this music way up and see if it's a volume issue or is it another issue. Morning, Tony. Now we hear it. Is it too high now? Okay. Let's leave it there and see what happens. Okay, let me move the gantry forward so I can get a little more room here. Put some T-nuts in here. "3D Printing Cave, $20. Thank you. Enjoying the content. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see if we can get these 10mm screws to see if we can get these to thread in. If they'll thread in, I'm not going to worry about it. But they will not. Let's find out if a 16 is going to bottom out. So I got a sample piece of extrusion. Oh yeah, this is gonna more than bottom out. That's frustrating. What am I gonna do? Try some other screws here. The problem is, I don't think the pocket in here is big enough for a washer. Let's find out. I have some of these. These are 15mm, so it gets me a little closer. These are the low profile M5s. that will work. Thanks for the suggestion. That's going to be fine. We will go with a few washers and in this case, a 15mm screw. These are the open builds, low profile M5s. They're just a little shorter. They're 15s, I think, instead of 16s. Do I have that right? What's going on? It's a little tight here. I'm going to use some regular button heads. I'm having some hard time with these. Use some regular button heads and 4 washers. Yeah, the washers fit. It really needs a revision to the printed part. I can hopefully figure out how to pass that on. 4 washers and an M5x16 is what we're going with. So back to the music. There's only like 4 songs in this playlist. Once it gets repetitive, let me know and we'll switch to something else. I think I've said before, I'm one of the least musically inclined people. So there we go. Now let's move this. Let's eyeball where the probe is. I want this to be at almost max Y travel when it's able to dock. That way it's least likely to interfere with a print that happens to be at the back of the build area. Which, this back corner of the build area, how many times have you printed anything back there? And then I'm making sure there is those mounting holes are slotted, so I'm making sure it is parallel with the bed extrusion, just by feel. So the head, Bruno, the head of the screw wasn't the problem. It's the depth. The mounting, the plastic mounting surface is more than 5 millimeters thick. So an M5x10 is not the proper screw to bolt this on. So, but that's on there nice. So let's move on to taking the tool head apart. Take this filament out of here. So this is going to continue to have the original afterburner and clockwork on it until I do the V24 R2 upgrade on stream on it. That will be all part of that. Okay. Hi Bruno, this is a, the screen is a WaveShare 4.3 inch capacitive IPS screen. It connects to the Pi with the DSI interface. Talking about this? It's close. This is a team associated 2.5 millimeter ball end hex wrench. The only flaw in it is the shaft isn't long enough. Shh. Shush. Oh, where's my... my ball end 2 millimeter will be easier to get into these. Get around the wires. I set you up for that, Berserker Dirk. Okay. What do we got here? I've got some zip ties. So I did something on this printer that you shouldn't do. And mostly because I wanted to do it to see how long it would last. So you're going to see me work on this, is why I bring it up. I have to pull this chain almost completely apart because I have the probe, the Omron probe wiring going all the way in the connectors over here. Don't do that. That cable is likely to fail. I was curious how long. It hasn't failed yet, but eventually it is going to. So just a little disclaimer there. You're gonna see this done, don't do that. Okay, but that also means that I have to go through some extra effort in this swap that I wouldn't have had to do otherwise. Take an afterburner completely off so I can get to there. Just the regular clockwork 1 is what that would be. Okay. Torque Spider. Before building my first Voron, I had a couple of Prusa Mark IIIs. And I really liked, once they came out with the MMU2 setup, I really liked the that PTFE coupler that they use. So I adapted Clockwork to take one of those brass inserts. This is not an easy to find insert. About the only place I've found it is Prusa directly. So I modified the latch and the main body to give room for that, so that this M5 coupler can screw on the top. Michael H. I try to do every Sunday. Every Sunday, and I like this 10 o'clock time frame. It allows me to do this in the early part of my day and is friendly to other parts of the world. Okay. Let's see if I can squeeze this through the... I don't think I'm going to be able to, though. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just take it completely out. I gotta make a new wire anyway. So that was what I had going through. For that, let's make a harness. 2-wire harness for the clicky. Yeah, Jimmer's absolutely correct. I'm going through this effort because I did what is not, I'm going to say that again because I gotta learn that things that happen on my stream need to be very clear. That is not the recommended way to run your probe wiring. I'm just going to use this wire as my gauge for how long I need. Let's see. Yep. Do as I say, not what I did. That absolutely applies. But this won't take too long. There's my glasses. You guys are here for the riveting conversation, right? Okay, need to grab my microfit box. Holy moly. You know what? I'm changing the music. Just a second. I'm gonna change the music. What do we want? Oh, I see. There's a couple of holiday things here. Let's just go to regular stuff. Let's go... I have no idea. Let's go here. just a second. There we go. Flat potato, yeah. These are 5 times readers. I don't know if you can see that, but from Amazon that are just amazing when I'm working on stuff like this that I just can't see anymore. So, okay. Since there isn't, apparently, and I found this out last stream, or last time I installed one of these, I did not stick to a standard in my probe wiring. I need to check to see what pins I need to connect to on that. So on the coloring for these Omron probes is not intuitive. So brown is the voltage in, 10 to 30 volts. Blue is 0 volt, ground basically, and black is signal. So we want between wherever I had blue and black are the 2 pins I want to use, which are the top 2 pins on this connector. So just duplicating that, we're going to go to the top 2 pins, and we should be safe and not ground out our our connector like we did last time, and fortunately didn't blow anything up. So technology just this. What crimper do you use? Looking now for PA09. This is the equivalent. This is the iWis 2820M, and I've used it for every single build here. Engineer stuff is really nice. I'm using Engineer wire strippers. These are the PA06. But they're expensive. This was about less than half the cost of the PA09s, and I've had very good luck with it. Yeah, the BAT85 diode can stay. Okay, let's plug this in and then run my chain back. Now what I did want to do is flip my chain around. While I'm here, I might as well do it. Okay, so let's throw these in here. There, which means this is going to go here. There we go. I had some zip ties around here somewhere. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Nice and clear. Let's get a good guess on how much wire I'm going to need for the probe. It's not critical. Use a 2-pin microfit here. One nice thing about the new camera is I'm able to set the camera way further back, so I'm not crowded. Before, if I tried to type on my laptop that's sitting here next to me, my elbows were bumping the camera. So, but as far as overall setup, sound, light, I know I need something better for sound. I know I need some more control over lighting. So that's all coming. That is all, will all be here at some point. Janus. This is a generic, just the Befenabe is the brand off Amazon that I buy, but it's the generic 3-bolt pattern and 10 by 11 chain is what I'm using here. I used IGUS in the orange Trident. That's the only printer I've used IGUS in. Reassemble this. And Scarfeller, hey Steve, on your Trident SDL files there are different variations for several controller boards, Spider, Octoprint, GTR. I did a variation on the GTR to fit the M5 expansion board. Any interest? So is that different than, because I do include the M5 expansion board. That's a different board. Sure, yeah. Send it to me via a DM in Discord, and I'll look at it. And at very least, I could take your dimensions, because I have the source file for that. I can just change a couple of dimensions to get it updated. It's one of the very few things that we can do that on. I see what you're talking about, though. Okay. I'll find all these. Where did that screwdriver go? Where did my... Oh well, let's use this one. what I'm missing. Sanity, yeah, there are out on the Voron users, there are chain ends, printable chain ends for these. I should probably do a good evaluation on those and include them in the Trident files, because with the 3 chains on Trident requires an extra set of ends that you normally wouldn't have. Non-sono, what feed are you using on the printer? This is my own take. These are TPU printed feet. I'll end up moving to the guitar amplifier feet when I do the revision install. Oh, it did. Thanks, Steven. It is on the floor. That's where I should have looked first. Maybe that chain is too long now. Shouldn't. No, it's fine. Okay, let me get another zip tie. I like to secure. Let's do it this way. What did I do before? There we go. Ansgar brackets for the 48 volt LRS 150. I may have something for you if you shoot me a DM. Yeah, what Jared's saying. I can take care of that. Okay. Oh, we want to put the probe on. So we are going to, so the kit came with a JST connector and terminals. So buggy parts are still in queue. I've been doing holiday printing on the Legacy. I've been printing just miscellaneous stuff. Snowflake ornaments, stuff like that. I need to spend some serious time dialing in a profile for it. I don't want to just wing it for that buggy build. Okay, so I have this little assembly I made, so now I need to make a short harness for it. And I shouldn't have put clockwork on yet, but I can deal with that. Let's just go some medium length of wire. It is honestly probably going to be spring before I'm even thinking about doing that buggy, just because I have a bit of bigger projects coming up as far as, so I have, once we release them, the update for 2.4 is going to get done on the green printer here. I'm still expecting a 2.4 LDO kit that I'm going to do a build on, and that one is going to be fun because it will be a I'm going to stream daily until it's built, so I'm hoping it only takes about a week to build the thing. Okay. Oops, cut too much. Speaking of projects, I know I have a lot of things kind of planned. A lot of what I have planned are kind of big things, but I need more ideas for small things. So if you come up with an idea or want to see something, be it really anything from regular builds to mods to try, leave a comment. Leave a comment on the video, any of my videos. If you want to see something, leave a comment on any of them, and I'm not going to necessarily be able to do all of them, but I'd like the ideas. So let's see here. So we have our probe, and we have VCC, ground, and signal. Is this actually going to, for the LEDs it's going to need that. So I need to do a 3-wire. I only did 2. Good idea, Hart. Do we know, does this actually need the 3rd wire? Does this actually need the 3rd wire to work? Does anybody know that? This is the docks. Let's go back. This is the assembly. For the LED, it needs it. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care about the LED. I'm never going to see it. Signal and ground. We're going to try it. I'm far enough along. If I had to redo it, whatever. We're going to try it with the with just that. So keep in mind, if you want the LEDs to work, you need to run a voltage. Does it say here what voltage? Will 24 volt be okay? Does it have a resistor in there for the LEDs? I can't read that small even with magnification. I'm just going to pull the 2 wires right now. So looking at the connector and the orientation, we're going to go these 2. If you are wiring all 3 of these, pay much more attention to the order of your wires. Let's see if I can get this thing plugged in without pulling this apart. Yep. Okay. So that is plugged in. We can get ready to get this thing installed here. Let's see what length screw we want. Hey James, where can you buy eSun ABS Plus? What region of the globe are you in? I'm just getting some screws to mount this. So I think Amazon occasionally has the ABS Plus. I've never bought or used eSun ABS Plus. I have bought their regular ABS. So when you install this, you want to push it all the way up to where it's as flush with the bottom of the carriage as possible. And then just snug on the screws. And then I need to pull the clockwork here so I can snake those wires where they go. Why does Clicky use a gantry mounted dock when it looks like this one can get away with it being bed mounted? Both of them have the option. This one has an option for a gantry mount as well. The recommendation from the Euclid folks is to mount at the bed level. So that's what we're doing here. Okay, now I'm gonna crimp on a pin microfit here. And using microfits, it comes with a DuPont connector in the kit. I'm not going to use that. Hart had mentioned Micron as a potential future project, but he has insider information. I have 4 meters of 1515 maker beam that I bought when Voron 0 first came out, and I've been looking for a use for it. So we'll see. If I do a Micron, I'll do a self-sourced, as many V0 spare parts as I can round up kind of build. There we go. I am very happy that the new clockwork has the mounting screws coming from the front. because dealing with these installed from the rear is a real joy. Especially when I'm kind of doing this blind. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Kilo makes a good point. A gantry mounted dock allows you to dock or undock without homing Z. And I'm going with really the recommendation from the Euclid folks is this is their preferred, mostly because they claim that you have less likelihood of picking up the probe during a print, which is true because once you get to a certain height, the magnetic attraction isn't going to be enough to grab those. And like we said before, you're not likely to be hitting that part of the print area anyway. I hope I can actually... Ooh, that's close. It's right at X-min where it's going to be able to grab those. So believe it or not, Mr. K, I have 4 meters of 1515. That's not enough for a micron. I ordered a little pack of 300 millimeter extrusions to make up the difference. Because you also have to think that when I cut that, I'm going to lose 1/8 of an inch, 3 millimeters every cut. Okay. Probe is connected. Extruder's connected. Let's put our fan setup back on. Get to the part that I dread here pretty soon. Firmware setup, configuration. Okay, hopefully there we go. A fit. Hi Matthew, thanks. I really like this green frame. It is the favorite of my colored frames. Okay, what am I missing? Am I missing anything before we can get this started? I'm not going to put the side panel on yet. I want to be able to access things But let's get it powered on. Oh, you guys can hear that, I'm sure. Janice, this is a 4.3-inch wave share screen. So I prepared today to potentially replace that fan, but I don't think I want to take the time. I might do that in the next stream that we work on this. It'll clean up here in a minute. Yeah, it goes away, I promise. It goes away. Maybe not before I lose half of you guys, but... Okay. This is a GDS time fan, I think, that's in here. I've got something I ordered off Amazon. Who knows what. I did put one of these on another printer that had a fan go. And it's quiet so far, but I think it's just a matter of time on all of these. There. Ah! Mike G, I have both fans blowing in because I have the Raspberry Pi right next to that one that's running, and then the other side blows across the controller fan, so I just figure air agitation is more important than anything. It all like exits the front and rear anyway. Yeah. The old tap it until it quiets. Or gets reception, right? Tap the side of your TV. Flat Potato, you had a question. Does anyone make a fan that doesn't do that within a week? I don't know. I mean, I think these are lasting a little longer than that, but I know you're... Tony, I saw your question somewhere. You asked that. Maybe it was earlier in chat. There is a... I don't have it turned on. There is a MCU temperature. Someone in chat can probably paste the config that's needed for that to show up. Some of the controllers have a built-in thermistor for the MCU temperature, and you can access that by simply adding a couple of lines in your config, and it'll show up in either mainsail or fluid interfaces. So let's go to the printer, and this printer is one of them that I run fluid on. So we are going to, where do they put the, is it under configuration? No. System. Settings. Where do they throw the end stop status? Tune? End stops. We should have everything open. This should be triggered right now, right? And if we, which it's not, I understand that. I'm just getting my bearings. If we put that there, it should say open. I'm not getting a status here. What do I got going on? I've got Z. That's what it's showing. I'm not showing the probe is what's going on. Where's the probe? Anybody have the probe status command? It's not here under end stops here. In mainsail they put it here under end stops. Let's go, not configuration changes I want. M114, thank you. Will that give me the probe status triggered or? Oh, that's position. Query probe, thank you. Query probe open. Query probe triggered. Okay, this is what I wanted to check. So, thank you, those that said query probe. I just wanted to verify function. So right now, I'm not doing anything. It is open as it should be. I press the micro switch button. It's triggered. So we are good. When I take it off, it should register as triggered, which is good. Okay, so I've put the probe back in the dock, and now we need to grab some. So I went back here looking for wiring information, so let's move on to the next steps. So this is, oh, that's where the wiring stuff was the next step. So what does this say? So let's go through here real quick. Okay, so there is a 2-wire mode, so that's confirmation, which is nice. Mason, do you have a preference between mainsail and fluid? I do have a preference in terms of very specific functionality between them, and my preference leans to each one depending on that bit of functionality, which is really frustrating. I like how fluid tends to do more confirmation of what you want to do. You want to shut down the controller, fluid will ask you, are you sure you want to shut down? Mainsail will just shut down. Unfortunately, I like that mainsail is actively being developed right now, or at least is releasing stuff. I know that fluid is trying to get on their feet and get back on their feet, and I hope they do, because having choices here is good. But I don't have a solid preference between them. If I can mash them together and grab the best out of both, then that would be my preference. So we are going to go down. We've got this thing working, so this is all wiring. We're gonna locate and install the probe dock. And this is all set up in their example config. Setting the probe dock height. Okay, we're going to get through all of this. I'm looking for the firmware configuration. Locating probe offsets. We're going to set this to, because it puts the switch in the same Y location as Afterburner, so we won't have to change that. And then we're using Clipper. So there is a probe configuration. These are actually correct for what we're looking for. So we're going to go and confirm that they are And things like this. When you click on this, you get options. In Mainsail, you would right click to get your options. If you click on it, it just opens. I don't know that I have a preference either way on that. So we're going to go down to our probe setting, and all of those settings are correct. I'm looking at the offset. And Z offset, they have 9.5. Oh, sorry about that. I had moved some extrusions. I'm not quite sure what the Z offset actually means for this. This is an estimate that we would change based on, but we're probably going to end up setting up Z calibrate at some point. Maybe not on this stream, but I will be setting that up. What's going on? Let's just set these initial values. Samples result average. 2 samples. Dickie V, I printed it in the way they provide it. It puts the end of it, the small surface, on the build plate. They have built-in supports that are meant to work. Okay. Let's save that. And then we are going to grab their... So this is the configuration, and now the macros are where all the magic happens. So we're going to grab the clipper macro, and I'm going to grab this from their GitHub. I think it's here in clipper, and then is this the, yeah. So this is the Euclid config. We are going to save this. Come back here, we're gonna upload the config file. Go in here, we're going to edit this. So, if you're using probe as end stop and probe comment out the homing override. Oh, we need to add or change our homing override in the printer config. But let's go through this first. Location adjacent to dock minus 30. So, this is the move to dock side. So, location adjacent to dock, and then y minus 30. So it's going to put it right about here. So whatever that ends up being. So we're going to home x and y, and then we're going to move until things are in the correct place. But I'm just kind of getting a feel for what is going to be needed here. Move to dock is the dock position and then move out of dock. So it moves here, gets prepared, moves to the dock, grabs the probe, and then moves over an X to eject it, and then it goes and does its probe moves. So we don't know what values we're going to put here yet, so I'm going to close this, and we're going to go back to printer config, and we're going to add, we're going to include Euclid.cfg. And down here under homing overrides, we're going to edit that. Homing override here. So let's look at their where is that? Here it is. To utilize or implement Euclid Probe, you invoke the M401 and M402 routines in your homing override. This is home Z. So let's just copy this. Is this correct? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I forgot to switch. Thanks, Zarp. Sumosa, yeah, I need to tweak. I don't know. I'm gonna have to estimate what offset that is. It's talking about the see if I have a little ruler for the X offset. It's only like 2.5. Is this what they have? Does this match what they have on their GitHub? So let's go back here. And we have the printer config snippet. And homing override. Yeah. So over here, do I want to just replace all of this? Is there any drawback to just replacing all of this? What is the difference here? So we're going to move to 10. We're going to home X and Y from Switzerland. Hi, Zarp from Switzerland. We're going to deploy the Euclid Probe. M401 defines the... How does that work? So we're going to home X and Y, and then we're going to call a custom G code that's set in that euclid.config. And then we're going to move probably to some coordinates that I need to set here. Then we're going to home Z, and then we're going to... Does this make sense? I'm going to close the door. Hold on. People moving about the house. We go to, let's just save, not restart. We go to Euclid. We have a custom G-code M401 that does 402. I think this should be my 182.5 252. That's from my previous config. And then it home Z. And then, yeah, that's what that is. And then it's gonna move. Here, let's see. Throw comments in here. I know these already have comments, I'm just... Oh well, whatever. That's correct, that's correct. Yeah, and the macros I've seen, the everything should clear. It should clear even with it docked. But let's see what this does. Let's learn. Let's figure this out. So let's save this, and let's save and restart. We have to set some positions for the Euclid config. So let's home X. Let's go through a few things, and home Y. And I think I can, I don't want to home all. Let's do, well, let's just find our so G0X, let's do like 5. Or do I have to home Z first? I gotta home Z first. What is my... I don't want to home all because I don't want to call that. Sorry. I want my homing. I want here. Oops. I don't need to move that quick. Sure. I don't want... How do I set position? I want to set a position on Z. Isn't it? I wish this would bring me back where I left off. There. What? That's not a valid command? That didn't work, Jared. Unknown command, set kinematic position. Oh, sorry. No, I don't have force move enabled. How do I do that? How do I enable force move? Yeah, I can. That fan is absolutely getting replaced. It's just a matter of whether I did it on stream, but I kind of wanted to spend the rest of the time working on this config. Will that work now? There we go. Okay. So, Ansgar, my homing override is now set to call functions in the Euclid included configuration, and I don't want to do that yet until I've gone and set those values. So right now, I need to be able to move X and Y around to get coordinates that I can put in that Euclid config. So does that make sense? Thank you, Jared and Torx and Ansgar for helping on that, and Jimmer. Tony, where do we find the offset front idlers for the gantry? You find those in the V24R2 stuff that is yet to be released. Those are still in testing. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to go all the way to X0. Yep, X0 pretty much lines up, maybe X1. Yeah, I'm gonna say X1, and right now I'm lined up in Y. So we are current coordinates are X1, Y253. So now we're going to go to our configuration and go to the Euclid setup, and a moment to let Charlie out. Maybe we'll get a visit from him when he comes back. Okay, so location adjacent to dock, Y minus 30. So dock is at X1 and Y, does that make sense? 223, because it was 253. So Y minus 30. Step 2, docks adjacent move. Then it goes Y0. Move locations to work out. Pre-flight position. Dock adjacent position. Probe pickup over dock. Dock exit position and probe ready position. Location adjacent to dock. So X position of the dock and Y position minus 30 is how I read that. But then I don't get, what is it doing here? What was this before? Move to dock over probe. I think this is 1 and then 223. And then it moves, I think this would still be 1 and then 253. I don't know what Z would be. And then second macro needs your coordinates. What second macro? Third will undock. Right, moving out of dock. So now we're moving. So this is moving to be... I don't know what this second line here is for. Oh, is this setting a... G90 is a setting a... What is this doing? What is this doing? If you wouldn't change, Y is to click it and clear the mounting. Move to dock macro needs your X1, Y53. Yeah. X1, Y253. To undock, it's moving. To grab the probe, it's going to move in the positive X direction to take it out of the dock. Move to dock side, I think it's... G90 is an absolute movement to X100, Y20. The dock... I read through all of this and it seemed to make sense before I came on stream, but I'm getting confused. Here, maybe this will help, folks. I think it's here. This is what I, oops. What did I do? No. Here, this video here. This is the same setup that I have going on. And I've got an add. So it's gonna home. Then it homes Z. Then it moves in front. Oh, no, it moves above the dock and then takes it out. That's kind of weird. Move out of dock needs... Move out of dock. needs X41. X plus 40, right. Y253. That makes sense. Yeah, this stuff doesn't make sense. These first lines here, these pre-flight lines, don't make sense to me. We want to set absolute coordinates, move to... Right, I get that, but why is it setting... Do I just leave that? What happens if I leave that? But the Z doesn't change. The whole idea is you need to come down onto it for Z. What happens if we actually try this? With the hand on the abort. Just see what it's doing right now. I want to see what it's doing right now. Maybe that'll clear things up. Hey Nero, thank you very much. Yeah, that's the only thing I've enabled so far is super chats. I need some more thought and consideration into the rest. I've got my finger next to the abort. Let's see what happens when we home all. We should get a normal home. Oh, I got caught up on my chain back there. I need to clean up my wires. So we get a normal home. Whoa. That was weird. That was really weird. Okay. Let's do a... What is this command? What happens when we do a... Oh, let me let Charlie in. What happens when we do a move to dock side? So it just moved down. It didn't do anything. I think you guys are right. Let's put a sacrificial build surface in there. Something I don't care about. What did that do on the home? I mean, look at... This was weird. Oh, Dusty. Where is it getting that? Where is it getting that? Okay, let's go to printer config. It didn't pick up the probe. It gave me a move error, but the first time it didn't give any errors when it did that. We got our homing override down here. So we are setting the kinematic position Z0. We are supposedly moving to Z10, so it's just raising 10 from whatever it was. We're homing X and Y, and then it's calling M401. So let's look at what M401 is. I don't know why it's calling M401 right there. M401 is defined down here. So it's setting absolute coordinates, and then it's moving to Z15 really fast, and then it's running the move to dock side, the move to dock, and the move out of dock. I think we need to temporarily change these speeds. I'm gonna remember that I just deleted the 2 on all of these. Let's slow that down quite a bit. Are there any other speeds defined in here? So it's going to run these. Now it's going to run move to dock side, move to dock, move out of dock. So it's not actually, so now that's where this is coming in. It's moving to X100 first, Y20. So that's why it's moving way forward. So this whole thing is kind of funky. It should move. So it should, here, this command here dock adjacent move. A clear shot of the probe. Set for homing at 0 rather than max. Right, and that's why we've been changing all these things to... So if it's first moving to... G90 is not a move command. What is this actually doing? Is this actually doing anything for us? I don't think... What does that command do? Oh, I didn't save my changes there. Right, but what do the X100 Y20 Z15 do? Is it doesn't actually, unless that's where I'm at. Where I'm at? I'm at X150 Y30 Z19.99. Let's go here. That's what I just did. I just ran that and it didn't do anything. Yeah, sorry Andy, I've got to remember that. Because that's not where it's at right now. Okay. Oh, no, it's going to do its funky move now. Here, just so we get a... Woo! It should be homing first. Let's home X. Let's home Y. And I should be able to home Z. Even higher on Z. Yeah, it just keeps moving up because the things aren't running in the right order. No, that's not a... It's not a command. What was this? Yeah, that just doesn't do anything. That line doesn't matter. I don't know why that's there. What if we just get rid of that? So our adjacent move to the dock is going to be X30, Y253, Z something. So we shouldn't have to go to Y0. That's the part of the macro that's sending the tool head forward. So if we're preparing to dock, moving to the dock side, we're gonna be to this side of it, but in line with it in the Y. So now move to the dock, we're going to move to the position I measured when we were checking things before. Now we're going to have to play with our Z heights here. And then our move out of dock is going to move in the X direction plus 40 is what it says. And then it's just going to move to the middle of the bed. Now I think the next thing that we need to look at, if I just save this, oops, let's go down here and change these. We want to slow all this down because I don't want to crash things that fast. We're just going to slow all of these down. And we're going to save and close. Now we're going to go to our printer config, and the probe position that you guys are reminding me needs to change. It's really close. I don't know that it matters a whole lot. Our X offset is is it 2.5 or minus 2.5? It's to the left. It's to the left of the probe. So that's minus 2.5, right? Minus. So now in our start macro, our safe home macro, we want this to... We don't want to run this 401 until after we home Z. I don't know why this is homing Z so far. This should be up here. The M401 needs to move. Is that right? Is that what we want? let's do something here. Let's not go through any of these movements yet. Okay, save and restart. Let's do something. Let's go home. No, you don't need the probe on the toolhead, Home Z. Home all. I'm just going to be prepared. Now it's going to home Z. So at home Z, now we can actually do some manual movements to see if our other macros are going to work properly. So let's look at what we were going to do. Let's go here and start looking at, so we're going to move to the dock side, which is going to be this movement right here. So let's run that. Let's close this and run to that position. Now that we've homed, we should be able to go to this position. So I set this thing probably a little too slow. Okay, so this is the, we're at, so this is what would be the kind of getting it ready position. And I think I want to go to X 41. And then we're going to move, we are at Z15 right now. We want to move down to where we're in line with, or close to in line with it. Let's go down even more. So if we did something like that, and then our next move would be X1 Z3. We do that, it's going to move into position to grab it, and it's grabbing it right now. But now our next move is going to be down to Z. Let's try 1. That looks good. And then our next move would be to 41, and that should pull the thing out of the dock, which it did. So it has it. It pulled. So let's look at how that looks in our Euclid config. And why is this doing this? Let's go back here. So if we look at the Euclid config now, we are moving to the dock side, and I think this really needs to be X41 here, and then it doesn't need to be, so I wanted that to be like 3, maybe 4. Then it's going to move to the dock, which is Z1, and then it's going to move out of the dock. Now, I don't know if I want this. I think I want this in a different line. Move up and then move. So now going to do, so now when it calls that M401 in the start, it's going to move to the dock side, it's going to grab the probe, it's going to move out, and then part of this moving out of the dock moves it to X150Y30 for some reason. But then it's going to move to Z20. I don't know why. But then it runs an M402 right after that in the start G code, in the safe home. And why does it do a 402? Macro to stow it. Okay, let's save and restart. Hi Stratos, I made my own harness for the Euclid. I just cut about 4 or 5 inches of wire to get from the probe to the connector and the tool head on the printer. Oh, but that move out of dock might be to drop the probe. How does it distinguish between grabbing the probe and dropping it? You're right. All right, let's do this. I want it to home, and I want it to grab. I just want to see what happens. Let's go here. Oh, parsing errors. M401 deploy Euclid Probe is now an error. The Euclid config on... Is there a better config for this, guys? Mr. K, the question I have is why is 401 and 402 being called in their default config in the safe homing section? I made a mistake not buying 2 of these so I could try it before this. All I did is change this. Why is it giving me... I wish I could see these errors. File contains parsing errors. Printer config. 401 deploy Euclid Probe. What did I do? And that's okay, Kilo. What I'm trying to do is get the basic functions to work, and then I can change the order of when it calls things. Oh, is this just... That's why. I know it doesn't need to be there right now. I want to just make sure that the basic movements are all correct. Let me put this back in its home. Sorry about that fan. Let's home all. So this is gonna move. I've got a wiring issue that I didn't have before. I gotta fix this wiring issue. Let's get a zip tie. Zip ties fix it all. Just need to hold this connector back. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. You know, one thing about going through this, I'm definitely going to understand how this works more. The clicky setup, I'm not as clear on what it's doing at every step. It just kind of worked. It's okay. Well, as long as you guys are okay with me figuring this out and us going through the process, then that's useful time. Okay, hopefully that won't catch and cause that to skip anymore. Let's home it. Okay, that's gonna do that. And I told it to home all. Why didn't it do the rest of the command? So what did they call M401? Is that what it was? The command was? M401. So this is to deploy the bed probe. M402 is to stow the bed probe. So what if I call M401 right now? What happens? It does nothing. M401 should do something, but I don't even get an error. M401 should move and then run the move to dock side, move to dock, and move out of dock. Move to dock side. It should do this. Why isn't it doing that now? The console's not returning anything with an M401 now. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to. M401. No reaction. M401, no reaction. So at that point, my only if printer probe last query. Come on, Charlie. If printer probe last query. Where did I turn that off? Charlie will fix it. What's going on, Charlie? Little healthy dose of cat hair. What did I... If printer probe last query. Where does it do if... So it's here. If printer probe last query, do this. But the probe shouldn't be at this point, so it's wanting, this is the grab to grab the probe. And if the probe's not attached, it should do that, right? And now I see why it has both of those in the start. It'll either dock it or grab it, depending on which condition is met, right? So down here, it's, what do we have here? M401, if printer probe last query. So you're good now. I haven't changed anything. Yes, he is. Where does it get the... If not printer probe last query. So where does it get the printer probe last query? Where does it get that? Am I missing a bit of the config? Let's look at the firmware examples. Clipper. We're in Euclid. Is this backwards? Is this actually backwards? Is that why it's not working? It's returning the... No, but is this actually printer probe last query? If this is true, then it doesn't need to go and get it. So I actually want to run... Are these backwards? It's a question. Returns true. But if the probe was queried and it returned true, is that triggered? Oh, okay, so it should do this. Hey Matthias, I don't have a good solid take on this yet because I'm struggling through the configuration. I'll go over a summary of what I think later. Talking about the major advantages of the Euclid over the clicky probe. I don't want to let my struggles with the configuration cloud my judgment of the systems. I want to get them working and then see what happens. M401 is to drop the probe, but M401 says to deploy the bed probe, to grab it. Okay, let's find out. Let's change my start code. I've got, it made sense the other way, but let's try this, and let's comment out that for now. Let's home all. Get ready to. Yep, that's what it's doing. Oh, it didn't actually go and grab it. Now it's... Okay, well it grabbed it that time. Where in my commands... Okay, well it grabbed it. That's good. Now I think if I had... So I'm probably going to crash something here, but I think if I had left both of those uncommented now, it should try to stow the probe. If I try to home again now. And I'm also pretty sure that it will home Z without knocking the probe off. So I'm enabling both of these now. We're gonna save and restart. And now I think if I home all, it is going to home X and Y and then try to dock the, yeah, and it clears, but now it should, nope. It's got some extra command in there that's sending it all over. Yep. I crashed it. It's got some extra command in there that's sending it all over the place. Everything okay? Just took a gouge out of PEI in the back is all. Yep. That's why we get ready for on the emergency stop button. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to restart Clipper. Yeah. Okay, Charlie. You are gonna go down there. Why are we... Let's just reboot. It's restarting. No, I didn't damage anything. Everything's still in place. It hit, and then the mag probe kind of rolled off of its mount. And by that time, I had hit the emergency stop. Okay, we are back up. Reconnect. Nah, we're fine. We are fine. Let me let Charlie out. Let's look at our config. This stuff is, oh, here's that other. So this is the extra move is here because I didn't finish working on this move out of dock. It's moving to Y30 X150, like someone said. That's a great idea, Kilo. Coffee in the V0. Keep it warm. So this M402 is what we're looking at, what it's doing first. Let's go through each movement again, now with a little better understanding of how the movements happen, and see where we end up. So for a 402, if it doesn't have, it runs 402 if it does not have the probe on the tool head. So a 402 is to grab is to stow it on. This doesn't, I mean, to me, stowing it means putting it in the little holder on the bed. So 402 is going to run the move out of dock, move tool head to the dock exit position, move. This is completely backwards, and I don't know if I'm thinking wrong or if something's. It's got to be me, but it's saying here. Right here, it says the things it's going to do is it's going to move to the dock exit position, it's going to move into the dock, and then it's going to swipe the probe off. But this is what happens, what runs if you don't have the... So we just need to switch this. I just need to switch this. Okay. So it's going to move the tool head to the dock exit position. So it's got to be backwards of this. To drop it off, you need to enter from the side. Yep. I'm just getting really hung up on the stow versus deploy language. And it's something about my configuration that I think I just need to switch. Because I don't want to switch the way the probe is behaving now, because it's behaving properly. So if we go to, oh, it's here. If we go to, oh no, it's query probe. If we query probe right now, it's queried as triggered because it's a normally closed setup. Let me grab the probe, confirm everything's good. Yeah. Now if I put it on there, we should get it's open. So when it's ready to go, it's open. If I push the switch, it's showing triggered. So it's working properly. So for this logic, I think it's basically just the way this works. I need to just reverse those two those two macros, what they're doing. So if we go here, the switch is normally closed. The switch is normally closed. So basically, if I say this is not stow, this is deploy, right? I mean, just simply use them in the different way. What it is going to, or here's the easier way. What if I just change this statement here? If and if not, right? So now this is going to run, the deploy is going to run based on this logic versus that logic. I think this is the correct way. Yeah, thanks, Dark. We're on the same wavelength. So now when it is getting ready, fresh, the probe isn't on the dock, we're going to run the M401, and that's the one that's going to run. It's going to move to the dock side, and I'm going to change the way this works, I think. To dock side. Yeah. So move to dock side, which is up here. Move to dock side. I'm going to have X41. I'm going to move like it. I think it said before. I'm going to go to 223 and Z1. Okay, so this is going to move in front of, we're going to move in front of the probe, down to the level, and then the next move is going to be moving in to grab the probe, and then the next move will be moving out to pull it out of the dock. So M401 is going to run to the dock side, which is going to move in front of it and down to the level of the dock. It's going to move to the dock, which is going to be X1, Y253, Z1. So that's moving to it. And then moving out of the dock is going to move in the X direction and then move up so we can move to other places on the build surface. And then it moves to the center of the bed. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why Y30 is here. Now, when it docks, it's going to move to the out of dock position, which is that X41, Y253, that. Then it's going to move to the dock, which I feel like this probably needs to separate because otherwise it's going to process that Z1 command at a diagonal, right? So I think this has to be G0 Z1 here. Let me see, catch up. Dockside means dock place, I think, not really dockside. Move to dock should just be low Z. Comment them up in home sequence first, then test them alone. Yeah, I'll definitely. Camera, please. Oh, I'm so bad at that. I'm sorry. Here. So when it's moving to the dock side, I think we can, to the dock side. Yeah, I've got the code now. I apologize. I keep forgetting that. Moving to the dock, it's just going to move down there, and then it's going to move to that position. and then moving out of the dock, it's going to move over, then up, and then it has some weird movement into another spot. So I'm going to kind of comment this out for now. Save. Save and restart. Let's go. Here, I want to comment out the welcome to the dock side. I'm going to comment both of these out because I want to run those manually, right? Hi, Maker Viking. Welcome to the struggle. Okay, so we should be able to home all. And we're gonna it's just gonna do my Z home. Now an M401 should go and grab the probe. So I'm gonna run, and I'm just gonna run the M401, and then I'm gonna be ready on the cancel. So it should move over. Nope. So Z1 was too low to grab that. I thought I had checked that. Where am I at right now? Let's go here. Let's home all again. And now I'm gonna go, I'm gonna check that Z value because I think that's kind of tripped me at that last one. I should do QGL, but I can't. I could manually run it. You're right. You're right. I've got a unlevel gantry. Let's see if I can manually run it. Yeah, manually attach it. Let's go up. Will this just run at this point? That's a very good point. That was far off. So, great point. Okay. I'm going to take the probe off, and I'm going to G0X1 Y253 Z15 should I should have the move is painfully slow. I need to rehome Z. So this is what they would do, is they would move to 15 and then move down into the dock to grab it, right? I guess that works. I'm gonna home Z again. Okay. Now let's go to U0X1 Y253. Let's go to 45 because I want to see where I'm at on Z clearing the plastic with the magnets. And those are strong because they're attracting. So now G0Z, let's go 3. Okay. Oh, so this is the problem with, if I've got a D-rack or a cattywampus gantry, I need to do the Z15 and then come down into it. Otherwise, I'm never going to know if I'm going to be able to grab this correctly. So I can't really use the... Z0 would put it right on the... So now you are clear. Okay, so let's take what we've learned and go to the config and look at the Euclid config. I see. So our dock side then should be the Z15, right? Dock side should be X. Yeah. Because when we're dock side is the last move in the stow it, dock side is the first move in the grab it. And Angzar Feller, exactly, that's the reason why you should use dock on the back of the plane gantry. I agree. I was going with their default recommended config and see as far as this install here goes. So we are going to, when it moves to the dock side, it's going to move directly above the, to 53. So this, when it moves to the dock side, it's going to move directly above the dock, but at Z15. Then it's going to move to, so moving to the dock, it's going to move down to Z1. And this is actually like Z.5. And then it's going to move. Yeah, so it's here. It's going to move down to the dock. And then moving out of the dock, it's going to slide the probe out. Move to dockside, shows 3 lines. I have no idea what this G90X100 Y20 Z15 does though. I have no idea. Enter this in and it does nothing. In the M401 macro, the 2 are reversed, right? Move out. Move to dockside. But they were basically the same command. I know G90 doesn't have any parameters. That's why I was confused with it. That's why I just commented it out. Pre-flight. So let's just see if we can get this thing to grab the probe. So for the for this, it's going to run an M401. It's going to move to dockside, which is X1, Y253, and then high Z. And then it's going to move to the dock, which is bringing it down to Z15. It doesn't need this movement because it's already there, but... And then it's going to pull it out of the dock. So let's save and restart. I think G90 is a typo, but I still don't know what that extra move is for. Home all. And then we are going to do an M401 with my finger on the button. So it's going to move there. It's going to come down. Then it's going to grab it. Hey, it did it! So it grabbed it. Now, if we reverse that with an M402, will it dock it? Fingers crossed. M402 does nothing. So it's airing out on the 402. So let's look at the Euclid config. And 402 says if it queried it and it's there, it should do this stuff. But I didn't get an error, I didn't get anything. Why did I not get anything? M402. Should not do anything with an M401. Okay, that's... M401 crashed. and I think broke my printed part. It should not have done anything with an M401 because it should have run that query, that if statement. I gotta pull the printed part out of here, which is gonna change its position. But it tried to dock it and broke the front of the printed part there. So I'm going to go in here and try to bend these back into place. I think that's okay. But all my positioning is going to change. That should not have run, right? We shall see. M401 should not have run. And there's no movement on M402. Is it getting... Query probe is triggered right now. Why is it triggered right now? Oh, because I docked it. So that's correct. It's triggered because it's a normally closed switch and I don't have it docked. So if I put the probe on here, query probe, it's open. If I push the switch and query probe, it's triggered. This is all expected behavior. It went and grabbed the probe just fine. So how can I actually run this? Printer probe last query. Am I missing where it's actually querying? Where does it query? Where does query probe? I have a suggestion. Instead, last query. Yeah, I swapped the if statements for the stowing versus picking it up. And I think that was the right answer. Is the problem here that do I simply need a query probe right here? Do I just need that right there? I don't... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We are going to... we are going to change something here. We're going to go... moving to the dock side is fine. Let's go high. And this is why we're not actually going to pull it out. I just want to see the movements happen as I expect them to. Let's see what happens. Save and restart. Let's home the printer. Got the probe. It's not actually going to grab it. I think I can run an M401 now. It's going to go way over here and it's not even going to... Okay, so that's the movement we were expecting for a grab. It's just high. Now an M402 with the probe attached. This is always scary. Should okay, so that was close. That was close. I don't think I need to reverse the ifs because I think I've got that correct. I'm just trying to find the right movements to now if I try to run an M401 now, it should say I already have it. No. It's running here. If you look at the errors there, it's running the query. But it's not obeying the... It's running the query, but it's not obeying the logic. What's up, Duff? The error, yeah, I think the error was after. If I go M402. Okay. M402 should be stowing it. M401. With this change of it actually querying the probes, do I need to revert my change to the if statements? So here and here. Hold on, let's find out. Okay, now we are going to run an M401, for instance. Probe is triggered, so it's not doing anything. That's good, right? Because M401 is the deploy. No, M401 is deploy, so that's where it's behaving properly, but it's not actually doing what we want it to do. M402 is now going to go and try to put the probe away. No, I don't have the probe on right now. Got it held in my hand. Euclid Probe unsuccessfully deployed, but it's twisting my brain. Yeah, I did 401 again. I tried no, oh, you're right. Let me try an M402. What does it do for M402? Yeah, it said probe triggered. So the default logic for the Euclid probe is normally open, not normally closed, which is likely what's causing the issue. You need to invert the logic for the commands, and that's what I did by changing the if statements. I just did M402 and it says it's triggered, so it's not doing anything. If I do M401, then it's going to go through the movement to, and it just did, went through the movement to grab the probe. But M401 is to deploy. Okay, that's correct. Now let me put the probe on the tool head. Now I should be able to, if I run an M401, it should error, right? Because I put the probe on. But it's not. It went to grab it again, even though it had already grabbed it. M401 should not run if the probe is on the, because M401 is checking now I changed it back. So 402 is the if not. Yeah, I had changed it back to the original default. Here, let me show you. If we change that, if we change the probe, we are doing the pull up, and then let's invert it. And I'll show you what this will do. So now it is on there right now. So if we do a query probe, we are getting triggered now, which is not correct. If I push the switch and query, it's open. So this is not the behavior we want. We want it to trigger when the switch is pressed. So we can't invert that pin. So we're getting results from all of that. It's just, yeah, that symbol is just a pull up on it. It's not affecting our results though. Run. It's running the, okay, let's go to the Euclid config. That's fine. I hope you guys are okay with this. I'm okay with this. I'm just getting a little twisted. My brain's getting a little twisted up. So we're saying that this should be run before this query probe needs to be run before this GCO macro 401. How do I do that? Chris, we're struggling with the config. Oops. Thanks, Roy. I hope this is not frustrating for people. I hope it's more of a realistic. This is the point of my streams, are not to be a step-by-step tutorial. This is to build something in front of you guys. And sometimes that involves a struggle. I will try it manually for testing. We have both of these here. Let's save and restart. And I have the probe on there right now. So I've saved and restarted that, but I want to look at the logic here. So if I run an M401, which is the deploy the bed probe, which is supposed to go and grab it. Put the query probe in the location that calls 401. I get that, Jared. That's what we're going to do. But I want to make sure I understand this logic. So the M401 is going to say if it queried the probe and it's triggered. So yeah, this needs to change. This needs to change. If... Oh, and why is that query probe back there? Didn't I delete that? I thought I saved this. So printer pro here. We can't actually run this, right? As a let's save and restart. If we run a query probe, it is open. If we this unknown command, I don't know how to run. How do I run one of those? I was going to say it, but so we've run a query probe now, right? Oops. There. We've run a query probe, it's open. Now if I go M401, it shouldn't. Okay. But if I run an M402, M402 was the stow it, right? If I run an M402, it should stow it, and it should go through the motion to stow it now. So let's run a query probe. It's open. And if I run an M402, wow, okay. Thanks, Jared. Okay, let's home all. I'm homing it. Okay, so now we are going to query the probe, and M401 should do nothing because I've got the probe sitting there. It's on the thing, so M401 is behaving as expected. If I query probe and run an M402, it should go to stow it. Oh, it is. Okay, that's good. So is that what the whole problem was? Is it's not getting a query before it's running those macros? So if we go to so now, well, let's take this before I make any changes here. Let's take this back and go. We're going to do another query probe. Now theoretically, let me pull the probe. Theoretically now, if I do a 401, it should try to grab it. Shouldn't 401 try to grab it? Why is the probe showing open? Oh, there we go. I took that. Does it take a little bit for it to register? Because I took the probe off and it still showed open. Now it's triggered. Now a 401 should do its thing. And it just did. Now it should grab it and then it does a check to see if the probe's on there, but I don't have it on there. I just told it to run through the motion. So that's why we're getting these errors. Those are okay. So now if I put this on, so 401 is grab, 402 is stow, right? So now it's on, so we should not be able to run a 401. It fails. This is good. A 402 will stow it, which it's doing. Now it's supposedly stowed it, so I'm going to grab it. Now, if I run a query, look, it's showing. I just pulled it off and just ran. Oh no, this is right. This is right. I'm getting my wires crossed. So now a 401 should run. Okay. So am I right in that there is a core, maybe a change in Clipper that's caused it, but a core issue with the macros that I've been trying to use, and that we're not running a query probe before it's testing that? So now that we have that, this is good. This is good. Let's go to our configuration, and under the printer config, yeah, I pulled the probe off is why it's triggered. I think it's behaving as expected when we run a query probe prior to any of those macros. So now we need to make sure that query probe gets ran before anything. So let's go down here. So I've commented these out so they don't try to do anything in my so now we need to get our positions right, and we need to get our sequence of events right? I'll check that dark neutrino after the stream. I don't have an easy way to get to that stuff right now. So I think if I do the query probe here, and then it's going to evaluate all of these. Hold on, let me... Oh, did we lose music too? Or is music still going? Oh, music's still going. Okay. I lost my headset, or my earphone, but that's okay. Check the link I sent. That can still stay like that. You only want the probe for QGL. Yeah, you're right. It does a bunch of stuff here, and I don't need this in here. Let's get rid of this stuff. I don't need either of these in here. I'm just going to comment these out right now. It was there in their example config, that's why. But now if we go down to QGL, we want to... Yeah, Powell, that is what we've been struggling with for the past hour, is that trying to run query probe within those macros does not work. So now what is the best way for me to run that before quad gantry level? Because I need quad gantry level to check before it's... Quad gantry level needs to check to see if we've got the probe on there or not. So we have a G-code macro for a G32, which is the quad gantry level. But I don't want to accidentally run QGL on its own and have it crash the bed, because it won't check, right? How does Clicky do that? Right, but when I run the quad gantry level command, I want it to automatically go and grab the probe. you're right. It won't crash because there's nothing there. Yeah, I get that. But clicky, if I just run Z tilt or whatever on my Trident, it goes and grabs the probe. I can run the command. Is there? I can do it here. So let's get this working. Let's not. I'll figure that out. But here we're going to do. So we're going to clear the mesh. We're going to home. This is G32, and then we are going to run query probe. Right, and then. Yeah, Clicky does that in their macros. I'll have to look to see how, but we're not going to worry about that right here. We're going to use G32 for QGL because that's what I've already got set up here. So, and then we are going to, it's only going to want to grab for a QGL. And then it is going to do its thing. And then, yeah, and then put the probe away. So I don't think we need to. Do we need to query this, or will it already have the state? It's not going to hurt to query it. Maybe it got knocked off. I don't know. So that should allow it to do a QGL. I queried it. Okay, so we are going to query it. We are going to save this. Now we need to change those macros for grabbing. I need to change check probe macro that has query probe and G code and it uses. Oh, okay. Thanks, Paula. All of this stuff. This will do QGL. Be sure to check the positions before QGL. Yeah. So all of these positions, I moved everything around. Now, let's assume that this G90, X100, Y20, Z15 was a typo, and they actually meant that to be a G0. What was this in the Euclid Probe macro? What is this supposed to do? So this is the move to the dock side. What is the, here, let's go to their, oh, it's not here. It was, okay, let me back up. This is their, this is where I got that G90. This is their default config. Step 1 is pre-flight, and then dock adjacent move to so if that is just intended to move above the dock, if we re-enable this, what does this look like? If we go G0, we want to go above the dock, which is at X1, and then Y253, and then what did they have for, well, they don't even have that there. Move to dockside, they just move directly to the spot. So let's move to dockside there. It's just their GitHub example that has a step 1 pre-flight and then a step 2. Nothing like a 4-hour stream for installing a mag probe, but that's okay. I still don't think we need this. So let's go back to not having it. Deploy the bed probe. It's going to move to dock side, it's going to move to dock, then it's going to move out of dock. Move to dock side, and we can move this back to like 15. Move to dock, and this moves down to the 0.5, so it's going to move down, so it's going to move above it, it's going to move down, then it's going to move out. Isn't there a query further down the line in that config? Oh, sorry guys, let me switch my earbuds. Okay, I think we're better. So now move to dock, it's going to move down and then move out of dock, it's going to move out and then up again. Is the music better now? It should have changed. It might have been loud there for a second because my AirPods died. If the music isn't better by the time you're hearing me talk about this, then I'll figure it out. Okay, does anybody see anything weird in those move commands? Because I think we're ready to test it for good or bad. We're gonna do some, I think we're gonna do some manual moving in these directions. Okay. So let me put the dock in the or the probe in the dock. I think they're correct. Oh, yeah, I didn't significantly move the probe when I fixed it. Let's home all. Let's go here. Now an M401 should go and grab. So M402 should do nothing right now, right? Oh, I need to probe query probe. I'm querying probe, and now I'm going to do a M402. It shouldn't do anything, and it didn't. I'm going to query probe, and an M401 should go and grab the probe. Okay, good. We got a probe. Now QGL should work now, right? So a G32 as running it through my macro, I should be able to And it's okay that the probe is on there when it's homing Z, because I need to change my Z offset or Z change during these because it's really close. It works, but if I was far off on my skew, I think I would have a problem. Now it should be stowing it. Holy shit, it worked. Woo! It stowed it. Okay. Stream's over. See you guys. No, I'm just kidding. That worked. We made it through that. That was rough, but we made it through. Nice. Okay. So here, I want to go over a couple of things here, because I want to, just to make sure, I want to give myself a good 5 or so millimeters more on those moves. So what is this? Works perfect, first time every time, right? Where are the various areas I need to do? Homing retract distance. Does that one matter? Yeah. I know this isn't. Let's go 80 for now. What did I do? There. I'm just changing some of these homing speeds so they're not quite so painful. Down in the QGL. Plug entry level isn't it is down here. Horizontal move Z. Let's give myself, right now I'm going to give myself 20 millimeters. And probe section, which is up here. Sample retract distance, let's move this. Just, I mean, I would probably tweak these, so I want to see what things look like. I think that's it, right? I'm not gonna be quite as daring as Jared yet. So let's save and restart. And I think we probably want this. So let's see. Let's get this over here and this here. And maybe we can get a better view of it. Let's see if we can get a better view of it grabbing the dock, grabbing the probe. Let's see what kind of view we got there. Think that'll be adequate. Let's move it up a bit. What do we think? That ought to be good. Let's home all. Our home speeds are much nicer. So it's gonna home. Now, I think we can do a G32. It's gonna go over and it's gonna grab the probe. I feel better. We still have 100 people on here. That's awesome. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I really appreciate that. Working through the struggle, those of you guys that were actively helping in chat, that was really appreciated. Now it's going to take it back. There we go. Awesome. So, next thing, I'm not going to do it here on stream. We're at 4 hours right now, over 4 hours. We're going to chat for a little bit if you guys want, maybe another 10 minutes or so. Next thing I'll go through is setting up the auto Z calibrate on this. So, yeah, Jared, I'll tweak all of those. I just wanted to make sure I had all the clearance I thought I would need. For that. I'm happy that finally we made it through. We made it past that. So I'm going to do the auto Z calibrate. I'd like to do something like that. Since I didn't do that when I did the clicky probe, I didn't do the full bit of that on stream. Maybe I can do a quick build, getting that configured. So I can post my config, guys. I'm not quite sure where, but if anybody has anytime anybody is looking for something specifically on my stream, you're welcome to direct message me. Hey Hans, welcome to the latter part of the stream. So, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to give a full compare and contrast between the clicky and the Euclid. These are the only two I have tried. I believe there are other solutions out there. I don't know. I'm not going to get to try all of them. I wanted to try these. Euclid being a more commercial oriented product. The magnets that are attached with screws appeals to me. I have less concerns about the clicky in that than I did before after having built it. This is meant as, I think part of the problems we had today was some updates in Clipper that changed the way things worked. I'm assuming that they will be updating their configurations to match. We got past it. The config for clicky was kind of plug and play. But we'll see how this works. Once it's configured, you don't have to worry about that anymore. So I'll play with this. I'll give a more pointed, a more specific comparison in a later stream. Maybe one of my summaries when I'm talking about just things I'm working on and stuff. So moving on, I forgot to mention something that was an interesting experience this week. So I installed the Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 on stream last Sunday, and I'm pretty sure, so I haven't gone back and looked at the chat history, but someone probably caught this mistake. I made a pretty big mistake when I set it up. Having switched from the LGX setup with its stepper to the Clockwork 2 with the small round NEMA 14 pancake stepper, I failed to change the run current on the stepper. And although it made it through that little one layer quick first print, it didn't make it through the next print I tried. So I woke up in the middle of the night the next day coming to check on a print, and it had failed. And so I canceled it, and the next evening I was working on things, and I was getting ready to replace the whole assembly because there's been a revision on some parts, and I was going to put all the new stuff on to give it a try. And I touched the stepper and instantly blister burn on my middle finger. Turns out that that little round pancake stepper, when ran at 0.6 amps, gets quite hot. Hot enough to completely melt the mount. So, just a warning. What I could get to it with my infrared thermometer set 130C. It was probably hotter than that to do this. And it sat there at that temperature for probably 16, 18 hours. So, it's all back together. I'm using the same stepper. It's printing. I've done quite a bit of printing already with it. And my finger's feeling fine. That's a little odd feeling on the tip. I probably have a couple of layers of dead skin there that'll go away someday. But yeah. Someone was asking something. Some nice Wago mounts for the electronics bay of your Trident. Those are not within the files. Did he publish it? It is on the Trident Discord channel, and I believe it's pinned. Check the pins. Yeah, definitely burned in. I'm surprised that it's still working. We'll see how long it works. Steve, quick question about the CW2. I still didn't hear, is the NEMA 17 pancake supported as well, or do we need a NEMA 14 round? The intent is to have a NEMA 17 square 20 millimeter setup available for it. It is not there yet, but the intent is for there to be support for that. It may not be there on the beta release. The beta release may just be the round, but we'll see. I mean, with the biggest reason for us doing a beta release to start is so we don't have to have a complete 100% finished package with the holidays and stuff. We want to get something out there, cool new thing, all the LEDs of Stealth Burner and stuff. Should I wait to sign up for PIF since there are new revisions of printed parts coming? The revisions that are coming are very minor. That means it's really up to you. If you want to build your printer now, I would go now. But they're nothing that Voron 2 prints in its current Voron 2.4 R1 is what we're on right now. Is solid. This is the R2 is to bring in some of the changes from Trident, namely the MGN12X setup, just to bring it into the CAD, bring it into the official files, make it the officially recommended configuration is what that's for. There are some changes to a few other parts, but it's almost entirely printed part changes. Ken Gross is the same thing as the Wago mounts for the switch wire, and a lot of these Wago mount pieces are designed to bolt to an extrusion, and they'll bolt just fine to the 3030s. The LDO kit, this guy here, their default, the way it's being packaged, uses Wagos for the mains power, and they provided a little printed part as well. Rogue Neurons, we don't have anything available right now. They will be released before Christmas, but it's not ready at the moment. Yeah, if you're getting in PIF right now, the queue is quite long, so I think a realistic time frame for R2 stuff to be out there is probably right after the first of the year. Custom creations, it's only the X. The rest of them are staying the same. Yeah, when there's an update on any of the printers, PIF switches over to it right away. So if you get in the queue now and you've got a couple of months wait before you come up and we release R2 before that, then you'll end up with R2 parts. And last I heard, at least the US queue, I think all the queues are pretty long. Someone had asked, I think earlier, what hot end. This is just a drag-in normal flow on this printer. I think someone asked that earlier in the stream. It's just a drag-in normal flow. Custom creations, what hot end is recommended? Just about anything you can get out there. All the toolheads support Dragon, E3D V6, Dragonfly. There are toolheads out there for Mosquito, but I won't get into anything surrounding that. There are current toolheads out there, and I'm sure at the very least there will be modded toolheads out there in the future. Yeah, Alan, the PIF queue is crazy. I mean, they do a good job at a good price. It's just, it's so popular, and there's only a few people who are doing it. So. Steve, will the Mellow clone be supported with STB? Clone of what? I don't know. If it's a Mosquito clone and it's the same form factor as the Mosquito, it won't have official support, but I guarantee somebody's going to come out with a revised toolhead. KR Barth, do you by chance know if the Trident carriage has enough flesh for a 1.8 style X end stop? It's already there. So the files as provided have a spot for a micro switch end stop on the toolhead. It's got a spot on the back. I don't think I have a... Let's see. Yeah, I have a... So this is the Trident, the MGN12. And on the back here, those two holes and the wire path for a micro switch style end stop. So it's there. Now when you use that, there's an alternate pod on the A drive for a micro switch for Y as well. See you, Mr. K. Thanks for being here. If anybody have any last second questions before I sign off? Ansgar, the hope there will be enough space for Vinda. Is that like the Super Pinda or whatever from Prusa? You can use that when you use the little, there's a little printed adapter called Pinion. It's in the Switchwire repo. That allows you to put the 8mm style inductive probe in the spot for the regular inductive probe. Using that with the belts mount on the X carriage mount. It's way easier to mount the belts in the stock. See you, 3D Wildcat. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Dark Neutrino. Yeah, and everybody, I mean, thank you for the help today. That we made it through that, and I'm so happy about that. I went over. I did some level of homework. I went over the config. Everything made sense. I had an idea of what I was gonna need to do. I wasn't anticipating the query probe thing. See you, Justin 3D. Thanks, everyone. Yes, Steven Machado, I'm still, ERCF is still on the plate. I don't know when, but everybody, ERCF, a 4-position ERCF is on the plate. Which printer I'm going to connect it to, that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. So, with that, I think we're going to sign off. We will see you next Sunday. If I don't get up the motivation and preparation to do a midweek quick build, I want to do those. I did the V0. I thought it was a good time. A nice little 1-ish hour stream in the middle of the week. I got a few ideas for things to do during that. Maybe a auto Z calibrate on this would work, but I'm not going to promise anything. I want to keep my regular Sunday streams, but the rest of them are going to be as I get motivation and time. And I'm going to try to keep to this 10 a.m. Pacific start time for the Sunday streams. So, once again, thanks again, everybody. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time.